A monster forged from 3 apex predators once terrorized the ancient world. The legend of the chimera is more than a simple fireside tale. It is a primal story of chaos confronting human ingenuity. By the end of our journey, you will understand how this hybrid beast became an eternal symbol for the monsters we battle both outside and within ourselves. We will uncover the strange geology that made its myth feel terrifyingly real, and reveal the clever trick that brought the fiery creature down. What inner demons does this ancient monster truly represent for us today? Where are you listening from right now, and what is the local time for you there? Settle in as we trace the path of this nightmare from its smoldering birth to its place in the stars. The wild, rugged coastline of ancient Lycia was a place where the earth itself seemed restless. Here, among the smoldering vents and jagged cliffs of Asia Minor, the legend of the chimera found its home. But to understand the beast, we must first meet its parents. This was no ordinary creature born of nature's usual order. Its origins lie in a monstrous union that represented the raw, untamed chaos of the primordial world. The chimera was the child of 2 terrifying entities, Typhon and Echidna. Typhon was a storm giant, a being of such immense power that the very gods of Olympus trembled before him. He was the father of all monsters, a personification of volcanic fury and hurricane winds. His mate, Echidna, was known as the mother of all monsters, a half-woman, half-serpent nymph who dwelled in a deep, dark cave. From this union of ultimate earth and shadow came a brood of nightmares, including the multi-headed Hydra, the 3-headed guard dog Cerberus, and of course the chimera itself. So this beast was born into a family of legends, a direct offspring of the forces that existed before the gods established their rule. Its very name offers a clue to its nature. Chimera comes from the ancient Greek word for she-goat. At first, that might sound almost gentle, but in this context, it points directly to its composite hybrid body. The goat was just one part of a much more terrifying whole. This lineage establishes the chimera not as some random aberration, but as a deliberate manifestation of primal chaos. It was a piece of the old, wild world that refused to be tamed, a living symbol of nature's most destructive and unpredictable aspects, sent to challenge the rising order of human civilization. This lineage of pure chaos was given a body designed for maximum terror. The chimera was a walking contradiction, a fusion of 3 apex predators into one seamless, horrifying whole. At its front stood the powerful, muscular form of a lion, the undisputed king of the land. Imagine the tawny fur, the thick mane, the shoulders rippling with raw strength capable of bringing down the largest prey. This was not a noble lion of a royal crest, but a savage, primal version, its eyes holding the cold focus of a perfect hunter. Yet from the center of this creature's back, erupting from between the shoulder blades, grew the head and neck of a goat. This was no peaceful farm animal. Its horns were sharp and curved, its eyes glowed with a strange, malevolent intelligence, and its jaws were built to house a furnace. For this was the source of the beast's most famous weapon, a throat that could belch forth gouts of searing flame, turning the very air into a weapon. And finally, completing this monstrous puzzle was the tail. It was not mere flesh and bone, but a living, fully formed serpent, its scales glistening, its head raised and ready to strike independently from the rest of the body. A single bite from this venomous tip meant a swift and agonizing end. The true horror lay in the combination. This was not three creatures tied together, it was one being. The lion's power, the goat's fiery breath, and the serpent's lethal precision worked in a terrible, coordinated symphony. To face the chimera was to face a land predator, an artillery piece, and a poisoned dagger all at once, a nightmare made flesh that left no angle of escape. That serpent tail was a silent, venomous threat, but the true voice of the chimera roared from its other head. The goat's maw could unleash a torrent of fire so intense it turned stone to slag and air to a shimmering wall of heat. This was not the controlled flame of a forge or a hearth. It was a geyser of pure elemental fury. The mechanics were as terrifying as the effect. With a deep, rumbling inhalation, the beast would draw breath, its sides expanding, and then exhale a focused jet of searing white-hot flame. This breath could travel shocking distances, striking targets far beyond the reach of claw or fang, raining down a storm of embers and cinders that could set entire fields and forests ablaze. A single pass from the creature could reduce a thriving village to little more than smoldering timbers and blackened earth. This single ability transformed the chimera's nature entirely. It was no longer just a predator hunting for food. It became a walking natural disaster. An army could form a shield wall against a lion, but how do you shield against the sky itself turning to fire? This power made conventional warfare and heroic bravery almost meaningless. You could not outrun its arc nor outlast its fuel, for the fire seemed as endless as the beast's rage. In symbolic terms, this breath represents something profoundly human, the untamed, destructive passion that scorches reason and consumes everything in its path. It is the blaze of wrath that leaves only ashes of regret, the uncontrollable impulse that destroys what we might have built. The chimera's fire was a force of absolute purification, burning away all order and civilization, leaving a clean, barren slate of scorched earth in its wake. Such a creature needed a kingdom worthy of its destructive power, and it found one in the ravaged lands of ancient Lycia. Picture a countryside that was once lush and fertile, a tapestry of olive groves and vineyards clinging to terraced hillsides. Now see it transformed. The chimera's reign had turned this paradise into a smoldering wasteland. Blackened tree skeletons stood like grim sentinels against a hazy sky. The air carried the constant, acrid scent of ash and ozone, a permanent reminder of the beast's presence. Farmers abandoned their fields, knowing a single roaming patrol from the monster could reduce a year's harvest to cinders in moments. Shepherds lived in dread, for their flocks were easy prey for the lion's hunger or the serpent's stealth. The very geography of the region seemed to weep fire in sympathy with the creature. High in the rocky Taurus Mountains, near the ancient city of Olympos, was a place locals spoke of in terrified whispers, Mount Chimaera. Here the earth itself breathed. Dozens of natural gas vents, called the Yanartaş or flaming rock, seeped methane from the ground. When ignited, these vents produced clusters of eternal flames that danced day and night, never extinguished by wind or rain. To the terrified Lycians, this was not a geological curiosity, it was proof. They believed they were witnessing the very breath of the beast as it slumbered deep within the mountain, its exhales leaking through the stone to set the world above ablaze. This direct, tangible connection between myth and the physical world is what made the legend feel terrifyingly real. It wasn't a story from a far-off land, it was the reality outside their doors. The ground they walked on was the monster's lair. The flames they saw were its breath, and the charred silence of the land was the result of its endless appetite. Their world had literally become the body of the myth. The kingdom of Lycia was not just burning, it was dying a slow, suffocating death. At the center of this despair sat King Ambience, a ruler whose throne felt more like a cage with each passing day. His once prosperous halls were now filled with a heavy silence, broken only by the reports of his scouts, each messenger more ashen-faced than the last. Another village reduced to charcoal, another patrol vanished without a trace, another field that would yield no harvest, leaving more families to face starvation or flee across the sea. The chimera was not merely a monster, it was an existential plague. It consumed the land's bounty with its fire and its people with its teeth, erasing the future of his realm one scorched acre at a time. Ambience faced a ruler's ultimate nightmare, a threat that defied all conventional solutions. He could send his bravest warriors, but their bronze spears melted before they could strike. He could build walls, but fire rains from above. He could offer sacrifices, but the gods seemed deaf to the pleas rising from the smoke. This crisis transcended a simple military defeat. It was the unraveling of civilization itself. The social contract between a king and his people, the promise of safety and order in exchange for loyalty, was turning to ash. Farmers could not farm, traders had nothing to trade, and fear became the only law. In this atmosphere of utter hopelessness, the arrival of any outsider bearing a solution would be seized upon with a desperate, almost reckless hope. The survival of Lycia hinged on a miracle, and miracles in the ancient world often arrived in the form of a hero carrying a sealed letter. Into this smoldering court of despair walked a man named Bellerophon, a prince carrying his own private storm. His journey to Lycia was not one of noble questing, but of exile. Back in his home of Corinth, a tragic accident had stained his hands, the accidental killing of his own brother during a hunt. Whether by fate or a moment of terrible misjudgment, that single event shattered his life, branding him with guilt and casting him out from his homeland. He arrived at King Iobates' court not as a celebrated champion, but as a wanderer seeking sanctuary, a place to outrun his past. He was a figure of immense potential, gifted with the strength and bearing of a hero, yet tempered by a deep, quiet sorrow and a pride that was still learning its limits. In his possession was a sealed tablet, a letter of introduction from King Proteus of Turin's, who had offered him temporary refuge. What Bellerophon did not know, what he could not possibly suspect as he presented this token to the desperate Lycian king, was that the words etched on that clay requested his own execution. It was a deadly subterfuge, a polite royal request for murder, likely stemming from some slight or jealousy back in Turin's that Bellerophon himself may not have even understood. So here stood our hero, a man seeking redemption for one life lost, unknowingly delivering the warrant for his own death into the hands of a stranger. King Iobates, bound by the sacred laws of hospitality, could not simply slay a guest, but the letter presented a grim opportunity, a solution to two problems with one seemingly impossible task. He looked from the sealed death sentence to the strong, solemn exile before him, and then his mind turned to the flaming mountains and the beast that lived there. The king saw not a man to be murdered, but a weapon to be spent. He would give Bellerophon a chance to die a hero's death by sending him to face the chimera. The king's fingers traced the hardened clay of the sealed letter, his eyes scanning the fateful words within. Here was his answer, delivered not by an oracle, but by a stranger's misfortune. The message from King Proteus was unequivocal. It politely, formally, requested that the bearer of this letter, this Bellerophon, be put to death. A cold knot of dilemma tightened in Iobates' stomach. The ancient laws of hospitality, the xenia, were sacred, a cornerstone of order upheld by Zeus himself. To murder a guest under his own roof was to invite divine wrath, a curse far worse than any monster. Yet, to ignore the request of a fellow king was a political slight that could lead to war. His gaze lifted from the tablet to the man standing before him, a proud but haunted figure, unaware he carried his own death warrant. In that moment, the king's cunning found a third path, a solution of brutal elegance. He would not stain his own hands. He would let the land itself carry out the sentence. With the grave solemnity of a ruler bestowing a great honor, Iobates presented Bellerophon with his charge. The kingdom, he explained, was being consumed by a terror, a fire-breathing abomination born of ancient chaos. Only a hero of legendary courage could hope to face it. Therefore, he was entrusting this sacred, vital duty to Bellerophon, the distinguished guest from Corinth. It was a masterpiece of political theater. To Bellerophon, reeling from exile and seeking purpose, it must have sounded like a gift, a chance for glorious redemption that could wash away his past guilt. To the court, it was a tragic but necessary sacrifice of a brave soul, and to Ambience, it was a perfect bloodless execution. He sent the lamb to slaughter the lion, fully expecting the chimaera's flames to be his royal executioner, cleansing his kingdom and his conscience in one fiery final act. Bellerophon accepted the king's charge, but as he stood alone on the windswept cliffs overlooking the chimaera's fiery domain, the full weight of his task crushed his spirit. To face the beast on foot was not bravery, it was suicide. The lion's strength, the serpent's strike, and most of all, that all-consuming breath made the monster untouchable by any mortal standing on the ground. His initial surge of heroic purpose drained away, replaced by a cold, hollow despair. He was a man caught between two deaths, the shame of his past and the certain fire of his future. In this moment of utter helplessness, he did the only thing left to him. He knelt and prayed, not for strength or a weapon, but for a chance. He called out to the gods, and specifically to the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, Athena. He asked not for victory to be handed to him, but for the means to earn it himself, and in the stillness that followed his plea, an answer came, not with thunder, but with a gentle, divine insight. As he slept that night, Athena appeared to him in a dream, placing into his hands a simple yet magnificent object, a bridle of gleaming, enchanted gold. She instructed him to take it to the sacred Pierian spring, a place of pure crystal waters. When he awoke, the bridle was real, cool, and heavy in his grasp, a tangible thread of hope connecting the mortal world to the divine. Guided by this vision, Bellerophon journeyed to the spring. There, he witnessed a sight that stole his breath. Drinking from the waters was Pegasus, the magnificent winged horse born from the blood of the slain Medusa. His coat was the white of sunlit clouds, his wings vast and powerful, folded like sails against his flanks. This was no ordinary steed, he was a creature of the sky itself, pure and untouchable by earthly corruption. The golden bridle was the key. It was not a tool for domination, but an instrument of sacred partnership. As Bellerophon approached with reverence and offered the bridle, Pegasus, recognizing the divine sanction within it, bowed his noble head and accepted. In that moment, a profound bond was forged. This was not a man breaking a horse, but a hero being chosen by a celestial being. With a leap and a thunderous beat of those great wings, they ascended. The earth fell away, and Bellerophon was suddenly elevated, literally and spiritually, above the realm of his despair and his impossible task. Pegasus represented the very qualities needed to conquer the chimaera's base monstrosity: purity of purpose, the lofty perspective of wisdom, and the transcendent power of divine favor. The battle was no longer a hopeless ground assault, it was transformed. Now it would be a duel between the chaotic fire of the earth and the ordered freedom of the heavens. The partnership with Pegasus changed everything, turning a suicide mission into a battle of wits. From the ground, the chimera was an impenetrable fortress of overlapping threats. A warrior would have to dodge the lion's charge, avoid the sweeping arcs of searing flame, and still watch for the serpent's head striking from behind. It was a three-dimensional assault that no shield or suit of armor could possibly counter. The beast's design was a perfect engine for ground-level slaughter. But from the back of the winged horse, Bellerophon ascended into a new dimension of warfare. The sky became his sanctuary and his platform. Those great beating wings carried him above the reach of the lion's leap, and most crucially, above the primary trajectory of the fiery breath. The chimera could scorch the earth and the air for hundreds of feet horizontally, but its flames were still bound by gravity, rising only so high before dissipating into heat and smoke. Pegasus allowed Bellerophon to circle safely in this clean air, studying the monster's patterns, waiting for his moment. This was no longer about matching strength with strength. It was about applying intellect to a seemingly unstoppable force. The gift from Athena was not just a magical steed, it was the gift of perspective. Literally and figuratively, Bellerophon was raised above the chaos. He could see the whole battlefield, the beast's movements, the terrain of vents and rocks, from a vantage point of calm assessment. The victory would not be won by being stronger than the monster, but by being smarter, by using a divine advantage to attack from the one angle the chimera could not defend. Its entire biology was built to dominate the horizontal plane, to terrify what stood before it. It had no defense against a threat from directly above. So Bellerophon, guided by wisdom and mounted on purity, would strike at the beast's blind spot, turning its own monstrous specialization into its fatal flaw. The sky offered safety, but it did not offer victory. Bellerophon circled high above the smoldering landscape on Pegasus, his mind racing faster than the wind. He had the vantage point, he had the mobility, but he still lacked a weapon. A standard bronze or iron spear would be useless. It would simply bounce off the creature's thick hide or, worse, be deflected by the intense heat radiating from its body. To win, he needed to think not like a warrior, but like a craftsman, to turn the monster's greatest strength into its most vulnerable weakness. The chimera's fire was its ultimate defense, a shield of pure energy that incinerated anything that came near. But what if that shield could be made to turn inward? What if the very heat that protected it could be used to destroy it? This was the spark of genius that separated Bellerophon from every other hero sent to die. He descended from the clouds with a new purpose, not to train, but to invent. He sought out the forges of Lycia, not for a weapon of war, but for a material with a very specific strange property. He needed something that would not withstand fire, but would surrender to it in a devastating way. His search led him to lead. In the ancient world, lead was a common soft metal used for pipes and weights. Its key characteristic was a remarkably low melting point. While bronze and iron glowed red and held their shape in a blacksmith's fire, lead would quickly become a silvery, molten puddle. This was the core of his brutal strategy. He would not try to pierce the beast's heart from the outside, an impossible task against its layered defenses. Instead, he would deliver a payload directly into the furnace itself. With great care, Bellerophon melted down a quantity of lead and carefully coated the tip of his longest spear, creating a heavy, dull gray point. The plan was deceptively simple, yet horrifyingly effective. He would use the speed and precision of his aerial dive to drive that lead-tipped spear directly into the chimera's open, flame-belching throat. Inside that inferno, the lead would not hold. It would instantly liquefy. The molten metal would then pour down the beast's gullet, searing and scalding its insides, burning it from the very core of its own power. This was not a strike of force, it was a strike of terrible, clever science. It transformed the hero from a brute force combatant into a tactical engineer, using the monster's own eternal flame as the crucible for its demise. The golden bridle settled into place with a soft, final click. For a heartbeat, there was only silence between the man and the celestial steed, a mutual understanding that passed without words. Then, with a grace that belied his immense power, Pegasus dipped his shoulder. Bellerophon took a steadying breath, gripped the gleaming reins, and swung himself onto the broad, strong back. The moment he settled, the world shifted. He was no longer a man standing on the earth. He was part of something transcendent. With a powerful gathering of muscles, Pegasus crouched and then launched himself skyward. The first downbeat of those enormous feathered wings was a thunderclap that flattened the grass in a wide circle. The force of the ascent pressed Bellerophon down, a thrilling, terrifying pressure as the ground fell away with dizzying speed. They rose above the palace walls, above the tallest cypress trees, the worried faces of King Iobates and his court, peering from the ramparts, dwindled to pale, upturned dots, then vanished entirely. The sprawling city below transformed into an intricate map of rooftops and courtyards, a toy kingdom. As they climbed higher, the true scope of the devastation revealed itself. From this new vantage, the land of Lycia looked like a beautiful tapestry that had been held to a candle. Patches of lush green were scarred by great blackened swaths where the chimera had passed. Thin trails of smoke still rose from distant hillsides, sketching the monster's recent path across the countryside. The rivers that once glittered like silver threads now cut through gray, ashen banks. It was a landscape of fear, laid bare from the heavens, and it hardened Bellerophon's resolve into something cold and sharp. The wind became a constant, roaring companion, whipping through his hair and tunic, carrying the distant, acrid scent of burning. Pegasus flew with a rhythmic, powerful ease, each beat of his wings carrying them closer to the jagged peaks of the Taurus Mountains. Ahead, Bellerophon could see their destination, a specific ridge where the air itself seemed to shimmer with heat haze. This was the Yanartaş, the flaming rock, the lair. The eternal fires from the gas vents appeared as tiny, dancing pinpricks of orange against the dark stone, like watchful eyes blinking from the depths of the earth. The higher they soared, the quieter the world became, the roar of the wind settling into a steady hymn of flight. This was the calm, a profound and eerie stillness found only between the earth and the clouds. Below lay chaos and fire, but here, in this moment of soaring ascent, there was only purpose, partnership, and the gathering storm of a battle yet to come. They were not just climbing towards a monster, they were rising to meet a destiny written in flame and lead. The rhythmic beat of Pegasus's wings slowed to a gentle hover. Below them, the mountain's shoulder fell away into a deep, bowl-shaped valley, its floor a cracked mosaic of blackened rock and pale ash, and there, in the very center, lay the source of all Lycia's sorrows. The chimera was not a statue nor a distant silhouette, but a living, breathing mass of terrible anatomy. It was sprawled in a patch of wan sunlight, its lion's body larger than a war chariot, the tawny fur matted with soot and cinders. The rise and fall of its ribcage was slow, deep, and powerful, like a bellows stoking a hidden forge. Its great leonine head rested on massive forepaws, but even in repose, the promise of violence was absolute. Then the goat's head moved. It was not asleep. With a slow, deliberate turn, it lifted from where it lay against the lion's flank. A single slit pupilled eye opened, glinting with a cold, ancient intelligence. It seemed to look not at the sky, but through it, as if sensing the disturbance in the very air. From its slightly parted jaws, a wisp of gray smoke curled upward, carrying the sulphurous stench of a lightning strike. At the other end of the beast, the serpent tail was fully alert, its head raised like a periscope, tasting the wind with a flicker of its black forked tongue. Bellerophon felt the breath catch in his own throat. No story, no scout's terrified report could capture the sheer, overwhelming presence of the thing. This was not a monster to be fought, it was a force of nature to be survived. Every instinct screamed at him to pull on the reins, to let Pegasus carry them far away from this waking nightmare. The calculated plan with the lead-tipped spear felt suddenly childish, a clever trick meant for a beast of lesser scale. Here was chaos given flesh and bone and flame, a perfect engine of destruction that had broken armies and scorched kingdoms. The awe that washed over him was cold, stripping away any last vestige of heroic pride, leaving only a stark, humbling clarity. To win, he would have to be perfect. One misjudged dive, one moment of hesitation when the fire erupted, and he and his divine steed would become nothing more than a brief, bright smear against the dark stone of the mountain. The battle had not yet begun, but in that first silent sighting, the true cost of victory was already measured in the pounding of his heart. The goat's head tilted back, and a deep guttural rumble shook the very air. It was not a roar, but the sound of a mountain clearing its throat before an eruption. The chimera surged to its feet, the lion's muscles coiling with terrifying power as it pivoted to face the sky. Its serpent tail lashed the air like a whip, hissing in furious unison. Bellerophon tightened his grip on the reins, his knuckles white against the golden leather. This was the moment. There was no more planning, only reaction. With a sharp cry, he urged Pegasus into a steep, spiraling dive. The wind screamed past his ears, the ground rushing up in a dizzying blur of rock and shadow. He was aiming straight for the beast's exposed flank, the lead-tipped spear leveled like a lance, but the monster was faster. The goat's jaws gaped wide, revealing a cavernous throat glowing with a hellish orange light. Then the world turned to fire. A searing jet of flame erupted upward, not a loose spray, but a focused, liquid-looking column of destruction. The heat was a physical wall, a dry, suffocating blast that scorched Bellerophon's skin even from a distance. Pegasus banked hard left, his wings tucking in a maneuver of pure instinct. The main jet missed them by less than the length of the spear, but the wash of superheated air was like opening a furnace door. The smell was overpowering, a mix of sulfur, burnt hair, and ozone. Embers and cinders spat from the edges of the blast, rained around them, sizzling as they struck Pegasus's pristine white feathers. The beating of the great wings was a frantic, thunderous counter-rhythm to the chimera's roars. They climbed again, seeking clean air, but the beast tracked them. It was a living artillery piece, its head swiveling, firing another blistering arc. Pegasus dove, then rolled, a breathtaking aerial dance where a single misstep meant a fiery end. Smoke began to fill the valley, creating a hazy, chaotic arena. One moment Bellerophon could see the monster clearly, the next it was a distorted, looming shape in the gray gloom, its eyes glowing like coals. The serpent tail struck upwards, a venomous dart trying to find a wing or a leg. They were not just fighting a beast, they were battling the very environment it had created, a smog of its own making. The first pass was over in a heartbeat of sheer, adrenalized terror. No strike had been landed, but a critical truth had been learned. The chimera could be outmaneuvered. Its fire was deadly, but it was not infinite, and between each cataclysmic breath, there was a second, a precious, gasping second, where the goat's head dipped and the inferno within it reset. That was the window. They just had to survive long enough to find it. The air was a swirling vortex of heat, smoke, and frantic motion. Bellerophon's mind, sharpened by terror, began to see a pattern in the chaos. He realized a direct assault was impossible. The chimera was too alert, its defenses too layered. To land his single, crucial blow, he first had to create an opening, and that meant controlling the monster's rage. So he shifted tactics from evasion to provocation. With a gentle tug on the golden reins, he guided Pegasus not away from the blasts, but daringly close to their edges. They would swoop low over the beast's head, the downdraft from the great wings kicking up clouds of ash, a deliberate insult. The chimera, a creature of pure instinct and pride, took the bait every time. It would rear back, the goat's head snapping up, and unleash another torrent of flame toward the streaking shadow above. But Pegasus was always a wing beat ahead, banking sharply at the last possible second, letting the fire lick the air where they had just been. Each missed blast was a victory. Bellerophon was not trying to hit the monster, he was trying to exhaust it, to drain the inferno in its belly one furious, wasted breath at a time. He could see the effect taking hold. The pauses between the fiery jets grew slightly longer, the roars more ragged with frustration. The beast's attacks, once terrifyingly adaptive, began to follow a predictable rhythm, a tracking turn, a deep inhalation, then the eruption. Its rage was making it stupid. It stopped thinking and started reacting, a slave to its own destructive impulses. This was the feint, a battle of patience over power. Bellerophon risked everything with each taunting pass, feeling the searing heat blister his skin, trusting Pegasus' divine agility with his life. All to train the monster, to condition it to open that deadly maw on cue, to create one perfect, unguarded moment when the furnace door would be wide open and the beast would be focused solely on the sky, not on the spear descending straight into its throat. The moment arrived not with a fanfare, but in a sudden crystalline silence within the storm. The chimera, driven to a frenzy by the darting, taunting shadow above, planted its lion's paws and reared back onto its hind legs. Its chest swelled like a blacksmith's bellows, a deep, shuddering inhalation that pulled smoke and cinders into its lungs. The goat's head stretched skyward, jaws unhinging in a cavernous, glowing gape. This was it, not just another breath, but its ultimate, all-consuming blast, a firestorm meant to purge the sky itself. The furnace within its throat pulsed with a blinding, white-hot light. And in that suspended second, as the beast committed everything to the upward eruption, its defenses vanished. The lion's claws were off the ground, the serpent tail was thrown back for balance, and the open maw was a perfect, unguarded target. Bellerophon did not think, he acted. With a sharp cry that was part command, part battle roar, he leaned forward, his body becoming one with the steed beneath him. Pegasus tucked his glorious wings and dropped from the sky like a thunderbolt. The dive was so steep, so fast, the wind tore the breath from Bellerophon's lungs. He felt the golden reins bite into his palms, the muscle and sinew of the divine horse coiled in absolute focus. They were not flying, they were falling with purpose, a single aimed projectile. The heat from the beast's impending blast rose to meet them, a wave that promised annihilation. Closer, the stench of sulfur was overwhelming, closer. He could see the individual ridges on the roof of the monster's mouth, the shimmering, molten air deep in its gullet. At the last possible instant, as the first tongues of flame began to curl at the edges of its jaws, Bellerophon braced, drew back his arm, and with every ounce of strength, grief, and hope he possessed, he hurled the spear. It was not a throw, but an extension of the dive itself. The lead-tipped shaft flew true, a silver streak against the hellish glow. It crossed the final distance in a blink and vanished, not with a thud of impact, but with a soft, terrible sizzle as it plunged directly into the heart of the inferno. The point disappeared into the fiery throat, the shaft following, driven by the immense force of their descent and his throw, swallowed whole by the monster's own power. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The spear was gone, consumed. Then the chimera's triumphant roar choked into a strangled, gurgling gasp. The spear did not pierce a heart or sever a spine. Inside that glowing throat, its bronze shaft held firm for only a second before the enchanted metal met a heat no forge could ever match. The lead coating at its tip surrendered instantly. It did not just melt, it vaporized into a superheated silvery liquid that lost all form and purpose except one, to flow. A torrent of molten metal poured down the chimera's gullet, a searing flood following the very pathways its own fire had traveled. The effect was not a wound, but a systemic catastrophe. The lead scalded the delicate tissues of its throat, flooded into its lungs with a terrible, drowning heat, and seared its digestive tract into useless, blackened ruin. The monster's own furnace had become a crucible for its own destruction. The choked gurgle that followed was the sound of internal fire meeting a more final liquid heat. Its great body convulsed, the lion's legs buckling as the serpent tail thrashed wildly, striking at its own flanks in blind agony. A pathetic wisp of smoke, not flame, coughed from its jaws. The glorious, terrifying weapon of its breath was gone, replaced by a silent, internal inferno it could not expel. It was being consumed from within, not by an enemy's strength, but by its own primordial power. The cleverness of the victory was its brutality. Bellerophon had not overpowered the beast's chaos. He had introduced a new, more ruthless order into its very core. He made the monster's body a prison for its own essence, turning the symbol of untamed fire into a vessel of silent, smothering metal. The convulsions became a violent, shuddering dance of agony. The chimera's front claws, designed to rend flesh from bone, now raked desperately at its own neck, tearing great furrows in its tawny hide as if it could somehow dig out the searing poison flooding its veins. It was a horrifying, futile act of self-destruction. The light in the goat head's eyes, that malevolent intelligence, flickered and dimmed, clouding over like windows fogging from within. Its jaw hung slack, a thin trickle of metallic-smelling steam, not fire, escaping into the smoky air. The mighty lion's body, once a symbol of terrestrial power, lost all coordination. Its legs buckled and splayed, muscles spasming without command, causing the entire monstrous form to stumble and lurch in a drunken, crashing circle. The serpent tail, its venom now useless, whipped and coiled in a final, independent frenzy, striking the rocky ground again and again as its connection to the dying hull faded. Then, with a groan that seemed to rise from the very stones of the mountain, the creature's strength gave out. Its legs folded. The immense weight of it, that terrible amalgamation of 3 lives, came down in a crash that sent a tremor through the valley, dislodging a small cascade of rocks from the cliffs above. A last sigh, a final exhalation of heated air and ash, escaped its form, and then stillness, a profound, ringing silence descended, so complete it felt heavier than the preceding roar of battle. The only sounds were the mournful whistle of the wind through the scorched valley and the faint, crackling pops of the eternal flames on the distant ridge, burning on oblivious. But then, carried on that same wind from the far-off watchtowers and hillsides where the people of Lycia had huddled, came a new sound. It started as a single, distant shout of disbelief, then another, swelling into a ragged chorus of cheers and weeping cries of relief. Their long night of fire was over. The earth itself seemed to breathe easier, the oppressive heat already beginning to dissipate, leaving behind the cooling carcass of a legend and the first fragile promise of peace. The journey back to the royal city was a silent, somber procession through a land already beginning to heal. Bellerophon rode not on the back of Pegasus, but on a simple horse, the winged steed having departed for the heavens once his sacred task was complete. In a leather sack tied to his saddle, the hero carried a single terrible token. He did not bring the monster's head, for its size and horror were unfit for any hall, even a king's. Instead, he had taken one thing, a curved blackened claw from the lion's forepaw, as long as a man's forearm and sharp as a dagger. It was a fragment of the nightmare made inert and solid. The gates of the city swung open before him, and a crowd gathered in a hushed, disbelieving wave. They did not cheer, not yet. They simply stared at the man who had walked into fire and walked back out, his skin blistered, his armor scorched, but his eyes clear. He moved through them like a ghost, straight to the throne room where King Ambience waited, doubtless expecting news of a stranger's convenient death. The king rose from his throne as Bellerophon entered. The court fell into an absolute silence. Ambience's face was a mask of polite expectation, already prepared to feign sorrow at the hero's demise. Then Bellerophon stopped before the dais. Without a word, he untied the sack, reached in, and let the contents fall to the polished stone floor with a heavy, definitive thud. The chimaera's claws skittered and came to rest at the king's feet. It was an object of undeniable, grotesque reality. Smoke still seemed to cling to its surface, and its wicked curves spoke of power that could gut a bull. Ambience looked from the claw to the man, and his carefully composed mask shattered. His eyes widened in pure, unguarded shock, then darted to the claw again, as if it might suddenly animate and strike. This was not the outcome he had orchestrated. This was a divine intervention. A man who could slay such a beast was either the luckiest soul alive or, far more likely, favored by the gods themselves. The king's cunning mind, which had plotted a bloodless execution, now recoiled at its own audacity. To harm a god-touched hero was to invite a curse far worse than any monster's wrath. Stunned disbelief melted into a flood of overwhelming, desperate gratitude, tinged with a sharp, cold thread of fear. Ambience descended the steps, not as a king to a subject, but as a supplicant to a power he did not understand. He clasped Bellerophon by the shoulders, his voice thick with emotion, praising his courage, his strength, his divine favor. The gratitude was genuine, for the kingdom was saved. But the fear was real too, the terror of a man who had just realized he had attempted to use a lightning bolt as a tool and nearly been struck by it. All plans of harm evaporated. In the face of such obvious celestial protection, the only sane path was to bind this hero to him, to make his power the kingdom's foundation. So the king did what ancient rulers did to secure a legacy. He offered Bellerophon the highest honors he could bestow. He gave him his own daughter, the Princess Philino, in marriage, weaving him into the royal bloodline. And he granted him a vast share of the kingdom to rule as his own, making the wandering exile a prince of Lycia in truth. In that hall, amidst the odd whispers of the court, Bellerophon found the redemption he had sailed across the sea seeking. The guilt of his past was not erased, but it was finally outweighed by a monumental deed. The man who arrived carrying a secret death sentence departed the throne room with a crown, a family, and a home. His tragic exile ended by a victory that resonated from the smoldering mountains to the halls of the gods. Yet the true victory was not just over a monster of flesh and flame. The story of Bellerophon and the Chimera is one of humanity's oldest and most profound parables, a battle fought not in a valley, but in the very soul of civilization. On one side stood the Chimera, a perfect emblem of primal chaos. It was an unnatural hybrid, a violation of the natural categories that give the world its predictable order. Its three parts: the lion's predatory strength, the goat's consuming fire, the serpent's stealthy poison, represented the untamed, overlapping dangers of the wild world. This was nature not as a nourishing mother, but as a terrifying, capricious force that could burn your crops, slaughter your livestock, and strike you down with hidden venom. The beast was chaos incarnate, the ever-present threat that the world beyond the city walls was a lawless, hungry, and fiery place. Facing this stood Bellerophon, but not Bellerophon alone. He was the instrument of a higher principle. His victory was impossible without the tools of order. The golden bridle from Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, provided the divine plan. Pegasus, the winged horse born from a slain monster's blood and associated with the lofty muses, offered spiritual elevation and purity. These gifts allowed Bellerophon to ascend, both literally and metaphorically. From the high, clear perspective granted by Pegasus, he could see the pattern in the chaos. With Athena's wisdom, he could devise a clever, non-confrontational solution, using the lead to turn the monster's own power against it. This is the myth's core message. It is not a tale of brute force, but of intellect and divine favor overcoming mindless destruction. Bellerophon represents human courage guided by reason, the very foundation of civilization. His triumph symbolizes the moment humanity stops merely cowering before the storm and starts building a roof, the moment we stop fleeing the wildfire and learn to bank a hearth. The myth tells us that the wild, chaotic dangers of the world can be conquered, not by matching their fury, but by outthinking them, by imposing the order of the plow on the wilderness, the law of the city on the lawless land, and the calm of reason on the fire of instinct. It is a story about the fragile, hard-won light of human order pushing back the eternal, encroaching dark. But the myth's power does not end with the salvation of a kingdom. It echoes because it maps perfectly onto a landscape far closer to home, the terrain of our own minds. The chimera is not just a monster from a distant mountain, it is a mirror. Its three terrifying parts can be seen as a brilliant, ancient diagnosis of the internal conflicts that plague every human soul. The lion, with its raw, dominating strength, embodies our own untamed rage, that flash of temper that can shatter relationships, or the crushing weight of pride that blinds us to our faults. The goat, with its consuming, fiery breath, speaks to our unchecked appetites and base desires, the lusts or greed that can incinerate our better judgment and leave our lives in ashes. In the serpent, that silent, venomous tail represents the poison of deceit, the lies we tell others, or more dangerously, the toxic narratives we whisper to ourselves, the envy or resentment that strikes from the shadows of our own thoughts. Left to their own devices, these inner beasts do not cooperate. They war with each other, creating a chaos within that is as destructive as any external monster. This is the profound shift in understanding. Bellerophon's battle is not merely an external adventure, it is the ultimate allegory for self-mastery. We are all, in a sense, Lycia, a kingdom under siege by our own composite nature. And like the hero, we cannot defeat these forces by brute strength alone. Trying to pummel your anger into submission or simply ignore a gnawing desire only gives it more power. This is where the myth's tools become our own psychological strategies. Athena's golden bridle is the gift of wisdom and self-control, the conscious decision to rein in our impulses, to pause before we react in fury or surrender to craving. Pegasus is that hard-won elevated perspective, the ability to rise above the immediate heat of our emotions, to see the bigger pattern of our behavior from a calmer, more detached vantage point. From there, we can see the cycles, the triggers, the moments when our inner goat is about to breathe fire. And finally, there is the lead-tipped spear, the clever, non-confrontational strategy. This is the insight that we cannot always attack a negative impulse head-on. Sometimes we must outsmart it. We disarm rage not by fighting it, but by channeling its energy into a run or a creative project. We cool a consuming desire not by staring at it, but by introducing a distraction, a new and healthier passion. We neutralize a poisonous thought by exposing it to the light of logic or compassion, melting its power with a different, truer narrative. The victory is not the annihilation of these parts, for they are part of being human, but their integration and management. It is the moment we stop being a battleground for our impulses and become instead the wise rider who guides them. This is why the story feels so personal and timeless. It tells us that the most heroic battle we will ever fight is an internal one, and that the same divine tools of wisdom, perspective, and cleverness are available to anyone willing to take up the reins. The legend was not confined to epic poetry or whispered tales. It bled into the very objects of daily life. Ancient Greek artisans, from master painters to stone carvers, gave the chimera a physical form, capturing its terrifying anatomy on pottery and in stone for all to see. And the elegant curves of black figure vases from the 6th century before the Common Era, the creature appears as a silhouette of glossy black against the reddish clay. Artists used sharp tools to incise fine details into the dark glaze, etching the lines of the lion's mane, the curve of the goat's horns, and the sinuous coil of the serpent tail. These early depictions often show the monster in mid-confrontation, frozen in a moment of coiled aggression, a decorative reminder of chaos contained by the vessel's orderly shape. Later, with the advent of red figure pottery, the portrayal became even more dynamic. Here, the background was painted black, leaving the figures in the natural red color of the clay. This technique allowed for greater fluidity and detail. Painters could use a fine brush to add delicate lines showing musculature, the texture of fur, and most strikingly, the fiery breath itself, often depicted as a series of radiating lines or a painted tongue of red emanating from the goat's mouth. These were not mere illustrations, they were narrative snapshots. A famous wine cup or kylix might show Bellerophon-and-Pegasus mid-attack, the spear poised, the chimera rearing back, turning a mythical moment into a scene for contemplation over a symposium. The monster's form became a standardized iconography, its 3-part hybrid body so universally understood it could be recognized at a glance, a visual shorthand for a formidable challenge overcome. This symbolic power made the chimera a potent motif beyond pottery. Sculptors carved its likeness into architectural reliefs and decorative plaques, often in contexts that celebrated victory and protection. In places like Corinth and Athens, you might find the creature depicted on the metopes of a temple, those square spaces between the triglyphs on a Doric frieze. Here, placed alongside images of other labors of heroes like Heracles, the Chimaera's defeat was framed as part of a grand civilizing mission, a triumph of cosmic order. Small bronze figurines of the beast have been unearthed at sanctuary sites, possibly left as votive offerings. A worshipper might dedicate such a statuette to a god like Athena, not in fear of the monster, but in gratitude for the wisdom to conquer their own personal chaos. The image of the subdued chimera, sometimes shown with Bellerophon's spear piercing its side, became an emblem of conquered evil, a protective symbol. It declared that the forces of disorder, whether external threats or internal demons, could be and had been mastered. By embedding the creature into their art and architecture, the Greeks did something profound. They took a story of smoke and fire and gave it a permanent, tangible shape. They moved the myth from the realm of abstract fear into the realm of shared culture, making the lesson of Bellerophon's victory a visible, ever-present part of their aesthetic world. The monster on a drinking cup was a conversation starter, the relief on a temple a public declaration of values. In this way, the legend permeated ancient life, not just as a story to hear, but as an image to see and remember, a constant, silent reinforcement of the idea that with wisdom and divine aid, even the most composite of horrors could be brought to heel. Homer's Iliad gives us the Chimaera's first recorded breath of fire. In Book 6, the hero Glaucus recounts his lineage and mentions the monster in a single chilling line. He describes it as, quote, a thing of immortal make, not human, lion-fronted and snake behind, a goat in the middle, and snorting out the breath of the terrible flame of bright fire, unquote. That is all we get. No backstory, no battle, just a stark, terrifying fact dropped into the middle of a conversation about heroes. This brevity is what makes it so powerful. Homer assumes his audience already knows the creature, that its very name conjures a complete and horrifying image. By calling it a thing of immortal make, he elevates it beyond a mere animal, placing its origins in the divine or primordial realm. It is presented as an established truth of the world, a piece of the landscape as real as the plains of Troy. This single reference cemented the Chimaera's place in the Greek imagination, not as a local legend, but as a universal symbol of a hybrid terror. It was the poet Hesiod, writing not long after Homer, who gave the monster its family tree and a permanent home in the cosmic order. In his foundational work, the Theogony, which catalogues the origins of the gods and monsters, Hesiod provides the crucial details. He names its parents, the storm giant Typhon and the half-serpent Echidna, placing the Chimaera squarely within the most fearsome brood of creatures born before the reign of Zeus. Hesiod also pins its location to Lycia, near the eternal flames, and confirms its fate at the hands of bellerophon-and-pegasus. This was no passing mention. It was an official entry in the mythological registry. By documenting its genealogy, Hesiod did something profound. He systematized the chaos. the chimera was no longer just a scary story. It became a defined part of the universe's history, a necessary obstacle that heroes had to overcome to establish the current age of gods and men. The Theogony provided the canonical version that all later writers would build upon, transforming a regional nightmare into a cornerstone of classical lore. Centuries later, the Roman poet Ovid would retell the story with his own elegant psychological flair. In his Metamorphoses, Ovid focuses on the human drama, painting Bellerophon as a figure struggling with ambition and eventual downfall. While he doesn't add new physical details to the chimera itself, his treatment reflects how the myth had evolved. It was now a polished narrative, a set piece used to explore themes of hubris and divine favor. For Ovid's educated Roman audience, the chimera was a familiar reference, a piece of shared cultural heritage. Its image adorned their mosaics and frescoes just as it had Greek vases. This literary journey, from Homer's terrifying shorthand to Hesiod's authoritative catalogue to Ovid's refined retelling, shows how the creature became embedded in the very foundation of Western storytelling. Every educated Greek or Roman knew its name, its form, and its fate. It was a common vocabulary of fear and triumph, a monster whose defeat was a prerequisite for civilization itself. The monster's name escaped its fiery tomb and found a new life in the language of science. Today, the word chimera, often spelled with a simple chimera, no longer describes a beast of legend, but a fundamental biological reality. In genetics, a chimera is an organism composed of cells from two different zygotes, that is, two distinct fertilized eggs. This can occur naturally in a fascinating process called tetragametic chimerism, where two early embryos fuse into a single individual. The result is one person with two distinct sets of DNA, a genetic mosaic where one part of the body might carry a different genetic code than another. For instance, a person might discover through a DNA test that they are not a genetic match to their children, because the eggs or sperm they produced came from a different cell line than the ones sampled from their blood or cheek. This is not science fiction, but a documented, though rare, human condition. The term is also used in medical research, where scientists create chimeric animals, like mice with some human cells, to study diseases and test potential therapies. Here, the ancient concept of a hybrid finds its most literal and profound expression, not as a monster, but as a complex, living puzzle of identity written into the very code of life. This conceptual leap from myth to metaphor extends far beyond the laboratory. In literature, art, and film, a chimera has come to mean any fantastical hybrid creature, or more broadly, any hopelessly impractical or illusory idea. A novelist might describe a city of impossible architecture as a chimera of glass and dreams. A political commentator might dismiss a utopian policy as a dangerous chimera, a beautiful but unworkable fantasy. The creature from the Lycian mountains has become shorthand for the fusion of disparate parts into something new, often with connotations of the unstable, the unreal, or the dangerously alluring. We see this in countless modern stories, from the genetically engineered dinosaurs of Jurassic Park to the biomechanical horrors of science fiction, all descendants of that original three-part terror. The myth provided a perfect pre-packaged framework for understanding composite beings and impossible dreams. It tells us that when we combine things that nature never intended to mix, we create something powerful, fascinating, and inherently volatile. The chimeras we imagine today, whether in a petri dish or on a movie screen, still carry the echo of that ancient warning and wonder. They are proof that the story's deepest power was not in the fire it breathed, but in the idea it planted, a timeless template for the blended, the impossible, and the awe-inspiringly complex. The scarred valley where the monster fell is more than a memory. It is a place you can still visit today. In modern-day Turkey, along the beautiful turquoise coast near the village of Sirali, the earth itself continues to breathe fire. This is the Yanartaş, or burning rock, a mountainside where dozens of natural gas vents seep methane from deep within the ground. For at least 2,500 years, these flames have danced day and night in small, persistent clusters. Wind cannot blow them out, rain cannot douse them. They flicker with a pale blue-tinged light, hissing softly against the dark stone, an eternal pilot light for a geological furnace. To stand there at dusk is to witness something timeless. The warmth radiates from the rocks, the air carries a faint sulfurous tang, and the flames cast shifting shadows that make the mountain itself seem alive. For the ancient Lycians, this was not a curious natural wonder, it was undeniable proof. They looked at these unquenchable fires and saw one thing, the breath of the chimera as it slumbered beneath the mountain. The legend was not an abstract tale from a distant past. It was an explanation for a terrifying, ongoing reality right outside their homes. The ground they walked on was the monster's body. The heat they felt was its living presence. This direct physical anchor is what transformed the story from a simple myth into a lived truth. It provided a cause for the terrifying effect, turning a random geological process into a narrative they could understand, a monster they could, in story at least, defeat. The Yanartaş represents a profound moment where human imagination and the natural world collided. People observed a mysterious, powerful phenomenon, and their minds, seeking pattern and meaning, wove it into the fabric of their culture. The flames gave the myth a location, a tangible source for the beast's most famous weapon, making the terror feel specific and real. And in a beautiful twist of circular logic, the myth then gave the flames a name and a story, preserving their significance long after the original fear faded. Today, visitors hike up to the Yanartaş not in terror, but in fascination, yet the experience still carries a whisper of that ancient awe. You are standing on the very stage where the legend was born, watching the same flames that convinced an entire civilization a fire-breathing hybrid was real. It is a powerful reminder that our greatest stories often spring from the world's most stubborn mysteries, a haunting blend of fire, stone, and the enduring human need to explain the unexplainable. That final flickering breath on a Turkish mountainside was not a solitary event. The human impulse to envision hybrid terrors is a thread woven through the tapestry of global mythology. Long before the Greeks named their three-part beast, other ancient civilizations were conjuring their own composite guardians and monsters from the same deep well of primal fear. Consider the Great Sphinx of Giza, its monumental form a fusion of a lion's powerful body with a human head, often believed to represent the pharaoh's divine wisdom and kingly strength. Here, the hybrid is not chaotic but orderly, a symbol of royal authority and riddling intelligence carved in stone to guard the necropolis. Far to the east, in the mythologies of ancient Mesopotamia, slithered the Mashasu, a creature depicted on the Ishtar Gate of Babylon. This being was a dazzling, scaled amalgamation of a serpent's body, a lion's forelegs, and a bird's hind legs, sometimes with a horned head and a scorpion's tail. It served as a sacred animal to the god Marduk, a protective, if terrifying, emblem of divine power, and from Persian lore came the manticore, a beast with the body of a lion, the face of a man often with rows of sharp teeth, and the tail of a scorpion capable of firing deadly spines. Each of these creatures, from the protective sphinx to the venomous manticore, represents a cultural attempt to conceptualize power that transcends ordinary nature by blending the most formidable traits from different realms. This global pattern reveals something fundamental. The chimera is not an outlier, but a specific expression of a universal archetype. Across continents and epochs, humans have reached for the language of hybrid monsters to give shape to the formless anxieties of existence. These beings embody the fear of the unknown that lurks beyond the village firelight, the terror of a natural world where categories blur and predators can possess unexpected, unnatural weapons. They are born from the observation of nature's raw power, the lion's strength, the serpent's stealth, the eagle's flight, and the haunting question of what might happen if those powers were combined against us. By blending distinct animal realms, these myths give a concrete face to abstract fears about disease, famine, or invasion, which themselves are chaotic forces that defy simple understanding. The composite monster becomes a manageable symbol for unmanageable realities, a single enemy to be outwitted or placated, much easier to comprehend than the vague, pervasive threat of a bad harvest or a spreading plague. In this light, the chimera's fiery breath and triple form become part of a shared human vocabulary. It is Greece's particular entry in a worldwide ledger of imagined terrors, a local answer to the universal human need to name, personify, and ultimately, through story, conquer the composite shadows that haunt the edges of our world. Yet the very victory that redeemed Bellerophon also sowed the seeds of his downfall. The hero who had once knelt in desperate prayer now walked with the swagger of a man who believed he had conquered fate itself. The adoration of the Lycian people, his royal marriage, and the vast lands he ruled were not enough. A corrosive thought began to fester in his mind, a whisper that grew into a roar. If he had tamed the divine Pegasus and slain a child of Typhon, was he not equal to the gods themselves? The monster of flame and chaos was gone, but a new, more insidious monster had awakened within him, the dragon of hubris. This is the second, darker half of the legend, a necessary coda that completes the moral arc. It tells us that conquering an external terror is one heroic act, but mastering the internal pride that follows is the lifelong labor that truly defines a soul. Bellerophon's story does not end with a crown and a kingdom. It continues into shadow because the myths of the ancients were never simple tales of triumph. They were complex maps of the human condition, where every peak of glory is shadowed by a precipice of folly. His gaze turned from the earthly kingdom he ruled to the distant cloud-wreathed peak of Mount Olympus, home of the gods. The thought became an obsession. Why should he, Bellerophon, slayer of the chimera, rider of Pegasus, be confined to the mortal realm? He had performed a task even the gods might respect. Surely he deserved a place among them. This was not a humble aspiration, but an arrogant demand. He forgot the source of his power. The golden bridle was a gift from Athena, alone of divine wisdom. Pegasus was a partner, a celestial being who consented to the bond, not a slave or a possession. Bellerophon began to see these divine aids as extensions of his own inherent greatness, tools he had mastered through his own merit alone. He confused the favor of the gods with a right to their throne. So, in a moment of ultimate presumption, he made his fateful decision. He would not wait for an invitation to Olympus. He would arrive as an equal. Calling upon Pegasus, he mounted once more and directed the winged horse not on any earthly errand, but straight upward, toward the sacred heights where no mortal was ever permitted to tread. The ascent was an act of profound transgression. As they climbed higher than any bird, leaving the green earth a distant memory, the air grew thin and cold. The peak of Olympus, shrouded in eternal mist and light, loomed before them. It was at this moment that Zeus, king of the gods, looked down. What he saw was not a hero, but an affront. Immortal, born on a divine steed, daring to breach the ultimate boundary between the human and the divine. The offense was not in the ambition itself, but in the arrogance, the utter lack of reverence. In the ancient Greek worldview, hubris was the greatest sin, an overweening pride that upset the cosmic order. It invited nemesis, the inevitable payback. Zeus did not unleash a thunderbolt. His punishment was subtler, more poetic, and utterly devastating. He sent a single tiny gadfly. This insignificant insect, buzzing through the thin, high air, landed on the flank of the noble Pegasus and stung him. The pain was sharp, sudden, and shocking. The winged horse, a creature of purity and order, reared in panic and pain, his perfect harmony shattered by a minuscule agent of chaos. And Bellerophon, the great rider who had once moved as one with his steed, was caught completely unprepared. His grip, born of arrogance, not partnership, failed. There was no glorious battle, no epic clash. One moment he was soaring toward godhood, the next he was tumbling through empty sky, a falling star of human vanity. He did not die. The myths are clear on this, for death would have been a mercy. He fell to the earth, crashing onto a rocky plain called the Elaean Field, which translates to the plain of wandering. His body was shattered, his bones broken. He survived, but he was crippled, lamed for the rest of his days. Some versions say the fall also took his sight, leaving him blind. The physical wounds were a mirror of his spiritual state. The man who sought to soar above all was now brought lower than any peasant, condemned to a painful, stumbling existence. Pegasus, freed from the bridle of hubris, flew on without him, eventually finding a place in the stables of Olympus and later a constellation in the night sky. Bellerophon, however, was utterly alone. He was cursed to wander the very same plane where he fell, hated by the gods, a living lesson to all who witnessed his broken state. The hero who had cleansed a kingdom of a monster became a monster of a different kind in the eyes of society, a pitiful, wandering outcast. His great victory was forever stained by his greater failure. He had mastered the composite beast of fire and claw, but he was devoured by the simple, singular beast of his own pride. This tragic end is not a random punishment, it is the essential counterweight to the victory over the chimera. The complete myth forms a perfect circle of cause and consequence. The first half shows us how to conquer external chaos with wisdom, partnership, and clever strategy. The second half shows us what happens when we mistake that victory for a license to ignore the fundamental laws of the universe, both divine and personal. Bellerophon's flaw was that he saw the monster as the only obstacle. Once it was gone, he believed the path was clear to any glory he desired. He failed to understand that the most dangerous adversary often emerges after the battle is won, wearing the face of the victor. His story whispers a timeless warning across the centuries. Success, especially the kind born of divine help or extraordinary luck, is a test. It asks a simple, brutal question. Will you remain humble, remembering the help you received and the fragility of your position? Or will you let the triumph inflate you until you believe you are the source of the magic, immune to the rules that bind everyone else? The fall from Pegasus is the mythic answer. No matter how high you climb, how many monsters you slay, hubris will find a gadfly to bring you down. The plane of wandering awaits all who forget they are human, a reminder that some boundaries between mortal and divine, between humility and arrogance, are not meant to be crossed. While Bellerophon stumbled into a life of broken wandering, his former companion soared toward a destiny written in light. Freed from the weight of mortal hubris, Pegasus ascended, his great wings carrying him past the realm of clouds and into the clear, rarefied air of the divine. He did not arrive as a stray or a supplicant, but as a being recognized for his inherent nobility. On Mount Olympus, the king of the gods himself, Zeus, welcomed the winged horse. Here, Pegasus was given a sacred and formidable duty. He became the celestial courier of thunder and lightning, the steed who would carry the very thunderbolts of Zeus across the heavens. Imagine the majestic sight, the white horse streaking through storm clouds, a living bolt of pure energy cradled in his charge, delivering the will of the supreme deity with speed and unwavering loyalty. This was no menial task, it was a position of immense trust. Pegasus, who had helped conquer earthly chaos, was now entrusted with the instruments of cosmic order. His purity, which had once elevated a hero above a monster's fire, now made him the perfect vessel for the most potent divine power. He served faithfully, a bridge between the will of Olympus and the world below, his story forever intertwined with the ultimate authority. But even for an immortal being, service is not eternal. When the time came for Pegasus to rest from his labors, Zeus bestowed upon him the highest honor imaginable in the ancient world. He did not allow the noble steed to fade into obscurity. Instead, he reached into the fabric of the night and with a gesture transformed him into a constellation, a permanent picture in the stars. This was not an end, but a translation from one form of immortality to another. The constellation Pegasus is not a random scattering of lights. It captures the very essence of the winged horse in celestial geometry. To find it, you look for a large, distinctive square or box of 4 moderately bright stars. This is the great square of Pegasus, representing the horse's body. From one corner of this square, a line of stars arcs outward, forming the graceful curve of his neck and head. And if you trace further, your eye can follow the suggestion of his forelegs, forever poised as if in mid-gallop across the infinite dark. What you will not see explicitly are the wings. The ancients saw them implied in the vast starry expanse surrounding the form, in the feeling of uplift and freedom that the constellation evokes. To this day, every autumn in the northern hemisphere, the winged horse rises in the eastern sky, climbing high overhead as the season turns. He is a constant, a celestial memorial forever fixed above the plain where his former rider fell. His place in the heavens serves as an eternal reminder of the themes woven through the entire myth. He represents the divine aid without which Bellerophon's victory would have been impossible, the purity that can conquer base monstrosity, and the lofty perspective that sees solutions where others see only fire. When you find that great square on a clear night, you are not just looking at stars, you are witnessing the final peaceful fate of a key player in one of humanity's oldest stories. The chimera is gone, Bellerophon is broken, but Pegasus flies on, immortalized in light, a silent testament to the fact that true nobility, once unleashed upon the world, is never truly forgotten. The stars where Pegasus flies are not the only place the chimera found a new home. It escaped the ancient world entirely, its three-headed silhouette leaping from crumbling vases into the vibrant pages of modern fantasy and onto glowing screens. In Rick Riordan's wildly popular Percy Jackson and the Olympians series, the chimera appears not as a distant myth, but as a direct personal threat. Percy, the young demigod hero, confronts one in the depths of the St. Louis Arch. This is not a monster of vague legend. It is a tactical problem he must solve with quick thinking and courage, its fiery breath a very real danger in a confined modern space. Riordan's treatment does something brilliant. It translates the ancient terror into a contemporary coming-of-age challenge, making the monster relevant to a new generation. It becomes a test of identity and resourcefulness, reminding young readers that the monsters of old are metaphors for the overwhelming, seemingly composite problems they face in their own lives. The creature's inclusion grounds the fantastical series in classical roots while proving the myth's adaptability, its core menace perfectly preserved even when scaled for a younger hero's journey. That same iconic design, the lion-goat's serpent fusion, has made the chimera a staple adversary in the realm of video games, where its multi-phase attacks are a perfect fit for interactive combat. In the brutal, myth-soaked world of God of War, a chimera is not just an enemy, it is a dynamic combat puzzle. Players face its lion's charge, dodge gouts of fire from the goat's head, and constantly watch for the venomous strike of the serpent tail, each part requiring a different strategy to defeat. It forces the player to think like Bellerophon, to prioritize threats and exploit openings, making the myth feel visceral and immediate. Similarly, in the long-running Final Fantasy franchise, the chimera often appears as a powerful, magical beast, sometimes casting elemental spells that reflect its hybrid nature. These digital incarnations honor the original concept by making the monster a true composite threat, its gameplay mechanics a direct reflection of its legendary anatomy. Game designers intuitively understand what makes the creature compelling. Its three-part body is a built-in difficulty curve, a living tutorial on managing multiple attack vectors that feels both classic and endlessly engaging. Film and television have also given the beast a fiery new life, though often with creative reinterpretations. You might spot a chimera as a fearsome background creature in The Clash of Titans in adaptations like Wrath of the Titans, or as a designed menace in animated series exploring mythology. These visual mediums emphasize its spectacle, the sheer monstrous grandeur of its form, and the cinematic potential of its breath weapon. The creature's design is so inherently striking, so instantly recognizable as a symbol of formidable, unnatural power, that it serves as visual shorthand. A director can introduce a chimera, and the audience immediately understands the scale of the threat, no lengthy explanation required. This visual legacy ensures its survival in the collective imagination. Modern creators are not merely copying an old idea, they are drawing from a deep shared well of symbolic imagery. The chimera works because its design is a perfect engine for conflict, a modular concept of danger that can be adapted to any story needing a creature that is more than the sum of its terrifying parts. Its persistence in books, games, and films proves that some monsters are too potent, too perfectly conceived, to ever fade into ash. They simply wait, breathing metaphorical fire, for the next storyteller to summon them. The journey of the chimera is a fire that refuses to be extinguished. We have followed its path from a smoldering birth in the vents of a restless mountain, through the terror it cast upon a kingdom, to its ingenious defeat by a hero who outsmarted chaos itself. We have seen its image captured on ancient pottery, its name reborn in the language of science, and its spirit haunting our stories and screens. This particular nightmare endures because it is more than a monster, it is a perfect mirror. Its three-part, unnatural form gives a face to our deepest, most formless anxieties, the fear of a world where categories collapse, where dangers combine in unpredictable, overwhelming ways. It is the wildfire, the pandemic, the perfect storm of personal crises all rolled into one fiery, roaring symbol. Yet within that same myth lies our timeless hope. Bellerophn's victory was not one of brute force, but of elevated perspective, clever strategy, and sacred partnership. It tells us that the most composite horrors, whether they stalk a Lycian valley or the landscape of our own minds, can be confronted. They ask not for a stronger arm, but for a clearer mind, a willingness to seek wisdom, and the courage to forge an unexpected tool. The legend is a promise, whispered across millennia, that chaos does not get the final word. Thank you so much for joining me on this exploration of ancient flames and eternal truths. I would love to hear which mythical monster captivates your imagination the most. Share your favorite in the comments below. Wherever you are as you drift towards sleep tonight, may your dreams be peaceful, and may all your personal chimeras meet their own clever lead-tipped spear. you.